Hello, everybody. How goes it? We are back at it again today. Speedrunning creating a node graph UI. And yesterday what we did was we created a lazy value evaluation system, like bindings, essentially. So the ability to on-demand recompute any part of the UI we need to. However, I realized I'm not going to be able to design I'm not going to be able to rebuild the layout system with that system in time for like it actually to be ready to be used for anything. And thinking about it, I basically need the UI done today, and then I need compiling working tomorrow. That's the timeline we're working with. Like, I have time Monday while I'm in flight. If I can get my gaming PC to last the length of an airplane flight, and maybe I work on it Monday night, but probably not. But yeah, so basically today I need the UI done, just entirely. The UI must be done today. Which means we're just going to actually start speedrunning this, because by the end of the stream I need to have a working UI. So to reflect that, we basically reverted the UI changes. We still have the bindings if I want to add that in later, but yeah, just going to jump directly into it with hard coding UI, essentially using references. So whenever we need to change the UI, we'll just do it through just weak pointer references to the UI that we need to affect. And then the layout will just be recomputed every frame, and that will be fine. All right. And yeah, so what we need to do is a couple different things. First thing makes sense to do is indeed you might have. Actually, I don't have Discord open. I don't know if you did beat the bot or not. Let me open this up so I get distracted. Ah, true, you did beat the bot. Alright. So first thing we need to do is initialize all of our UI elements. And I don't really want to have to type out weak ref cell UI element a ton. So I'm just going to call this I'm going to call this a UI ref. Actually, this will be a weak UI ref. I'll also do UI ref here. Hello. And then this will be UI ref. We'll have these be strong references, because there's no reason for this to be weak. Weak references are only really if we're doing like a weak reference inside of a callback. Then I don't want node graph and inspector sidebar to be their own distinct elements at the moment. I'm just going to throw everything into the same UI context structure to keep everything simple. So what we need is to create... Are we going to have a left sidebar? I believe we are going to have a left sidebar. Just to add things. Yeah. I'm not going to worry too much about actually making the layout. Like, there are certain ideas I have for how to make the layout look and feel better, but the problem is all of those take dev time, and we're trying to... We're doing a speed run. We're going to live up to the name of the stream this time. It means... I guess the left sidebar will be for node... the node adding menu. The right sidebar will be for node props. And the graph background will be the node editing area. And I think for the sake of this, okay, do we do auto layout of nodes? Oh, wait a second. I could do auto node layout using my existing layout. Oh. Thank you, Pastmate, for creating a node layout system that I could use this for, or a UI layout system. Oh man, this is actually, it's actually perfect. Okay. I can, in fact, auto layout nodes. And it will be super easy too. Like, super easy. So now in here we need to actually create the layout of our system, which let's start with the root of our tree is going to be this is going to be a UI content none just for the root. Actually, no. We can have this be a rect. This will be our background. And what color? Now, let's take a quick detour to... The entire point of this is to, you know, show it off at a conference, so we need it to at least have the semblance of looking good. So let's struct style, and then style is going to have... How do you do scoped constances? Actually, I know how to... We'll do mod style and then put constants in the style mod. That way, they're actually scoped. Then let's take a look at Brane Engine's style. So I believe this would be under Common UI. UI renderer. Because that's the renderer itself. But where do I create the I'm GUI instance? Maybe GUI window? No. Maybe it's in graphics? Let's see. I am GUI theme. Set I'm GUI style. Yeah, I'm looking for a giant function like this. Because this was how I set the colors of the OG Brane engine, was just, to be honest, all I did was flip around the existing values so that I essentially had the green version of the default I am GUI theme, and it ended up looking pretty good, and I'm actually probably going to stick with that, at least for now, just because it did look really clean. So what was the name of the function? mGUI get style, and let's just see if that exists in this repo. There it is, or at least okay. This UI GUI CPP. There we go. So I am going to not do any work with this. We are going to use modern tools and say convert this I am GUI, this set of color constants, to a Rust module with const values with the same names with Rust formatting. Convert color values to a to use the structure called color with a constructor color new RGB, where color values are a range between 1 and 256. The original colors are a 0-1 range. And let's see if that kind of messy prompt is good enough. Nice. It looks like it is. And now, just like that, we have the theme from Brane Engine in Rust. Oh, dang it. Didn't convert alpha values as well. Do I still have the window open? Yeah. See, this is my favorite use of AI things, where it's like, it's not doing any thinking, it's just doing a huge amount of like grunt work for you. Like this is really where it shines. Okay, and now we can just do style. And then we can just do window background, I guess. We're going to say left sidebar is equal to Root add a child. Webcam seems to have vanished. What? Ah, indeed it does seem to have vanished. There we go. It's because I accidentally minimized the window. Where was I? Right. UI element new, and then UI content. Then this is also going to be a rectangle. And let's actually have this one be no content for now. And the left sidebar is going to have a width of fixed, and this fixed sizing is going to be color window. No, not color window background. Fixed. Let's do just 300 for now. Then our sizing is going to be grow with no max grow value. And I do want to add some children to the left sidebar, but we'll do that later. Let's do graph background next. And this one is just going to be gray. That's going to be entirely a grow element. Okay, and these are complaining that these are weak references, so we're just going to do upgrade. on the weak references we get back from there. Did you write a design for all this ahead of time, or does that end up futile for such a project? I have some light design stuff written down but for the most part, I just work on the fly for the majority of it. With me being the only person on the like actually working on it, this like the main point of design documents that they serve two purposes, right? They make sure you don't forget anything. They make sure you like it's mostly the not forgetting things. Like, here, let me do all the problems, solve all the problems before touching the code base, which isn't very realistic. But more importantly, it keeps all the developers on the same page, and I'm the only developer, so of course I'm on the page. I am the page. Yeah. So, I feel like I would develop better if I did take the time to make design documents. But at the end of the day, anytime I have sat down to create a design, it's been immediately invalidated. Yeah, what you said. The moment it touched the code base. So let's ignore mouse events for the moment. We do need to create a way to propagate mouse events through the UI tree. So we have the inspector sidebar. We do need to update its width. And we'll do that before layout is computed, so it's like we're gonna execute input events before recomputing the layout, because my thought process is, here's what the user saw last frame, and here's how they reacted to it. Let's make their reaction affect the layout, and then we'll print out this frame's layout, which is the result of that. And I'm guessing that will be the most responsive way to code that. And I don't need to manually encode any of that anymore. And okay. Let's see if we get a visible window from that. Like a thing that looks like how it should look. We have compile errors. Bindings RS. We do not care about bindings RS. Bindings RS no longer exists. Comment out. Okay. This is what we're dealing with. So the layout looks correct. However, the colors do not. Here, I'm going to do a Okay, so now what we need is to figure out why window background. Okay. It's just super dark. Honestly, with it being like a dark mode UI, that's probably fine. We just need to actually see, the thing is, I don't think it was that color. Like, if I look, let me double check what the Brane script UI looks like. Like, this is what we want it to look like color-wise. So let's see. Window background. 00694. Let's check if the language chatbot did math correctly. Would you look at that? It did. Hmm. It's actually kind of surprising. So I'm once again wondering. How do we go from this to this? Like, how do we get that extremely nice color of gray? I'm guessing that's supposed to be this 1515 240. But it's also dependent upon the clear color, since this is slightly transparent, but not super transparent. So if we clear color to, well, I thought I did clear color as black. Okay. And I think I do have the clear color set to black. What if I set it to white, though? It looks slightly lighter, but pretty much exactly the same. Like, these are definitely different colors. Though I do think, actually, this gray does align with this menu bar look here. Like, this color here, which is the background of the menu, is the background of the window itself. Okay. So that's what that color is. Let's figure out what this gray is, because I want that gray. My immediate thought would be it would be the child background. Maybe it's this frame background. No, this is very much green, so it wouldn't be frame background. Hello. And let's see, which one of these colors would be the... anything like a tab? Here's tab. We alert between the header and title bar active. Nav window, modal window, dim background. I think it might be this one. Nav window, dim background. No. Well, actually, wait a second. Wait a second. Since it's see-through, or not see-through, but transparent, the clear color matters. Okay. Still darker, but it's a pleasing color. We'll go with it. Good enough. And I'm gonna make it not transparent. That way we can do fancy things like give these windows outlines or Actually, no, I'm gonna put outlines as children of that element. So let's give this a bar. We're going to add one child to this, which will be the sidebar. I think it's left right by default, which works here. So we're going to add a child UI element, new UI content rect. And this one, it's going to be border, which I believe border is slightly tinged green. Good. Then we are going to set width to sizing fixed, let's say 5 pixels. Then height is going to be the entire frame. Now, this needs mouse events. Specifically, we need dang. For mouse events to work, I need a reference to the UI context. I'm going to create a new init events function. Which runs after we've initialized the context, so we have references to everything that we need. We're going to have the right sidebar border is a UI reference. So we need to do right sidebar add child, let right sidebar border equal that. And the only reason we really need a reference to that is There it is. The only reason we need a reference to this is because in init events, we're going to say self right sidebar border. Wait a second, I don't need this to be a mutable reference. This is a ref cell. Then we're going to set on event to sum. Okay. So now we're going to say when we get the event and let me check if this can be function moot. Yes, it can be. So we can store state in here. And I'm going to this is a fun little rest trick, is since like scopes or blocks or whatever you want to call these, since these return expressions, you can define local variables scoped to the creation of things. It's like calling a lambda basically, but without actually defining a lambda. It's super convenient. Okay, on mouse down is clicked will equal true. Okay, and then on mouse drag, we're gonna say let sidebar equal self right sidebar clone. Actually, no, downgrade. proper way to handle this is use a weak reference, because this is getting captured into a member var, which means circular reference counted variable, infinitely, yeah, exist infinitely. We want to return true to represent that we are consuming events. Then mouse drag is, we want to say sidebar upgrade expect. How are you calling it if it doesn't exist? Then we're going to borrow this mutably, and then let sidebar equal that, sidebar layout. And then we're going to get the current width. We'll just do an if let. If let sum width equal sidebar layout, not sum, sizing fixed width, else unreachable. That will be the delta of like how much it's been dragged with plus delta x. So if we move in the negative direction, we actually want, this is the right sidebar. We want with minus delta then. now we just need to actually handle sending events. So I'm going to implement UI event send event. And I feel like I might have already put it in here somewhere. Okay, no. And events will get sent in reverse breadth first order. Okay. Actually, do we want to do this as mutable self? Because it might anger ref cell if we do it this way. You know, only one mutable reference and all that. How do I compose this in such a way that we can iterate over the children of an element without this is this comment is going to exist in the code base forever. Temporary solution. And this is going to be a vector of UI ref so we're going to say for child in self children child get or borrow get event targets may as well put an Easter egg in it. Maybe. I really hope it doesn't exist forever. This is a rather memory inefficient solution I'm just using temporarily for right now. I guess a root element. Okay, we'll just say if let some child borrow on event. And hopefully this doesn't attempt to move it out. It probably will. Targets, push. Child clone. Then we can do self get event targets. And now, because if we did this recursively, see how we have to call borrow on every single one of the children? Now we know that children event targets, like the entire point of input events is that like when you get an event, you modify the thing. So if all of these already have borrow called on them, that means that we won't be able to modify them, because when we try calling borrow mutable, it would crash out. Hello. I'm doing alright. I'm definitely feeling the effects of crunch time, but we're holding it together. Okay, so after we get all of the event targets, we're going to do self indeed. We're going to say for target in targets. And we're allowed to consume this since it's the only time we use it. And we're going to say let callback equal target borrow moot event UI event maybe it's on event. Yeah, it's on event. Then we're going to call take on this. And the reason we're going to call take on it is the same reason why we're creating a vector of targets. And it's that we don't want a mutable reference to target in existence when we call this event. So we move the event out of the target. So we take the variable. So on event is now a none value. Then we do callback. Wait a second. I currently have on event taking a mutable reference to self. So we don't actually need to do that. If the callback just needs to access the current element, we just do target on event. Now, will this have a problem? Will this have the problem of having two mutable references? Yeah, it will. So back to the old plan, which is to take the on event, call the callback, then finally we give it back. So basically, the event will get called in a vacuum without any mutable references to, or any references to any UI element. So then, the callback event is free to attempt to reference stuff however it wants to. Now let's see, do I have a on event for the builder? I do. I like the crunchiness on this current synth. That little bit of the track always reminds me of Geometry Dash a little. Okay, now, in our UI context, on our actual draw command, we now need to actually implement these commands. The one thing we need was you know what? With Raylib, can we get if the mouse was pressed last frame? Okay, no. They don't go that far. So for event handling, the way I'm going to handle this is, while Raylib does provide a mouse delta, I feel like it was a little bit buggy with... wait. That should be the same, if it works how I think it does. Anyway, I'm just going to calculate the delta manually because it seemed like the delta was sometimes buggy. We also need if the mouse was down last frame to properly do events. So self mouse down last frame equals false. If the mouse button is pressed, so I'm going to do the release. Actually, no, they should be in the order of release then up. I do check, is mouse button down? No, okay. This can go underneath here because this is not reliant on the state of the click. Self mouse down last frame. This represents a drag. And if the mouse was down at this frame, we need to do self last mouse pose. Oh, wait, no. We put last mouse pose. We compute that inside of here. Last mouse pose is equal to mouse position. Delta is going to be self last mouse pose d get mouse position minus that, and then we're going to do self root send event UI event mouse drag delta. Now we will have, hopefully, correctly implemented drag events. And let's also do send event mouse up. And also send event mouse down. And this is all of our event handling. One last thing we're gonna do is on send event. We actually need one last thing, which is let's optionally filter the actual event targets by a mouse position. So we're gonna say if let some pose equals pose. We're going to take that as a reference since we do pass it in. Is vector2 clone? I'm going to go with it. Yes, since I pass it in everywhere without realizing. And we're going to do if child if c rect check collision point, check if the point is inside the rectangle. And if that point is not inside the rectangle, we want to skip this child element. So that will filter based on click position. And now when we send event, now see the drag. Drag should only call if it's on the thing. Oh, wait, you do let consumed if consumed break. And I believe that will handle our events exactly how we expect events to be handled. I hope. Because it will essentially handle draw events in, yeah. And ooh. Wait, let's make this return. If we want to chain multiple UI send event calls, like if we have events with multiple different UI, like different UI routes, we would have to manually call send event on all of them. Yeah, like nodes are going to be not parented to anything, for instance. Okay, so we have send event, and then UI context is what I want. I'm getting lost in my own file. Then again, this is the 1000th line, right? Like, here's the 1000th line. Yeah. So theoretically, we don't need to do this click gating here. Oh, wait a second. We should do drag. Drag filtering should be based on the last... Yeah. So when we send the mouse drag event, that should be filtered by the last mouse position. Because if we have dragged an element, and let's say our mouse jumped halfway across the screen, it would no longer be over the element, but we would want to send the dragged event call to the element that our mouse used to be over, if that makes sense. Okay, so wait a second. Why is it light? Oh wait, it's because I made it not see-through anymore because I thought, eh. Okay, so the actual color I want is 20% of 80. So 1/4 of 80. No, 25 would be 1/4. You want 1/5 of 80. The reason I became a coder was to make computers do very simple math for me. 8 divided by 5. Okay, 1.6. 1.6 times 255. No. Okay, let's actually just plug in. I obviously don't know how to do math. Let's just do that manually. Okay, so that gives us 16. So let's times 204 by 6. No, not that. Okay, our actual color that we want is 40. I remember wanting it to be slightly lighter, so let's bump that up to 50. Ooh, there we go. That looks good. Okay. Now I want this border here to be more radiant. So let's figure out if there is a more radiant. Not active. Is there a window border? There's this border. Let's do button. Because I know button is super bright. Or at least should be. So the problem with the I'm GUI theme is it's... There we go. Okay, let's now make sure that so rect should be set. Like we compute layout the last frame and that still exists. So now we just need to figure out why send event isn't working. Hello. Yes, we are working on the UI of the node graph editor, and the idea is that we'll have the entirety of the UI of whatever I'm going to show off at AWE done by the end of the day. Which I'm actually fairly confident that I'll be able to do as long as I stop myself from refactoring anything. Like, I have a fully functioning UI layout library. I wasn't able to fully reinvent React. We rewrote lazy bindings, but I would also have to rewrite the layout system to work with that. And I am not confident I can do that in any time under a week now, so we have a day, so we're just gonna raw shared pointer reference this all over the place. Mutable state, let's go. But now we just need to figure out what. Once we get event handling, we're gonna be golden. All of this will be easy. Oh, nice. So you're now free. So we should now know if we're actually sending the event. By the way, did you look into Beyond Sandbox? I vaguely remember what you're talking about. I don't think I did. Hello. See, 1 p.m. hit. Is everybody waking up? I mean, I can't talk too much crap. I mean, like, I woke up maybe 2 hours ago. Yeah, I know it's midday. It's 1 p.m. for me. The point still stands. It's a Saturday. You sleep in. See, one can grind through the night instead of through the day. Okay, so we should see print messages down there. Sent event mouse down, sent event mouse up. Oh, it's saying we did consume the event. For mouse up. Right. And that event got consumed. What we're not doing is we're not sending drag events. Oh. Mouse down last frame. Should be set to true. Actually, mouse down last frame should be set here. Otherwise, that would have just been like a is pressed. about both. And that's kind of what I'm doing right now, is every waking moment. Ooh, oh, oh, oh. Yep. So it was working, and then I got excited, and it's not working. Okay, that's actually a good point. We should clamp the width here. Indeed, the quantum mechanics programming. Let's do prefer. And set target to this, and min to like 200. And min should honestly be automatic, but I'm not going to worry about that right now. So let's see how this works. Oh, it doesn't. Oh, because I set the sizing to prefer. Which actually means I don't need to have a min constant in here. And we should be able to pattern match this, right? Or do I have to do it like that? Okay, yeah, that works. So now when we set the sidebar, let's set this to prefer, set around 200 to be the min. All right, do it crash. Okay, so when you hit that, it's not the most. It does work for quick movements. Oh, interesting. It doesn't work when I get it there. Okay, so those drag events are working. Maybe I should have the event listener itself. Oh, actually, no. We'll let the event, since I don't really have the time to like actually code this well. Oh, dang. It... Ah. I do need this pose. We're gonna push. Just gonna drop that in there. This is so not a clean way to code this. But now the target knows if it was inbounds or not. So this Boolean here will be if the event was inbounds. So in this case, is clicked is equal to inbounds, and then mouse drag delta. This delta here, this won't care about if it's inbounds or not. Like if we actually click on the element, it will care if the initial click starting the drag was on the element or not. I would say, if possible, use percentage units for sizes, since it's easy to modify and adapt for different screw sizes. No. One of the banes of my existence on the web is how many different ways... Yeah, maybe, in the future, I'll do something like that. But for now, I just want something that works. So my question is, okay, there we go. Okay. The last little bit of this is mostly working the way I want it to. The last thing that I need to do is do a so when we do is mouse down, we're going to initialize drag width equal to the current element, which is sidebar. Upgrade, unwrap, borrow, rect width. So we just get the current width when we start. We don't care about what the preferred width was before of the last resize. We're going to set this to the drag width minus the current delta y, or actually, there we go. And this will avoid the weird circumstances where at the borders you drag past them. And this will make sure that if we're currently dragged further than a bound, it resets to be at the current position. That way, if you then resize another element, it doesn't like stick to it weirdly. Okay, now you see that? My mouse moves past the end, but then it like snaps back to it. Same thing over here. And then if I go out to here and let go, before that would have kept the width over there, and then I would have had to pull it further. But now it's fine. And if you see me struggling, that's because I wasn't actually clicking it, because I'm like expecting to be able to click it there, but it's actually here. Maybe I should put a little bit of like left click margin here, because I keep trying to click things, thinking that, because like it looks like I pixel perfect clicked the the left edge almost every single time there. Maybe that's because I'm in the headset. Yes, so this is the GUI extension of the scripting language. In fact, I've made the decision to go GUI first on the scripting system. So this is that. And yes, it is going to be Blender coded, I would say. All right, now we just need to do this for a left sidebar as well. Actually, no. We're gonna have the left sidebar be fixed size. I need to have a field to, in the builder pattern, add children. I don't currently, and I should. And what I need here is basically just the exact same border that I did here. Now, what would be cool is to be able to clone builder patterns. So now we should have a sidebar on both sides. We do have a sidebar on both sides. So I'm going to create left sidebar content, right sidebar content. And that will be dynamically created after the fact. After this first UI pass, so left sidebar content, what is going to be in there? Dang it, do I have to create a scroll view? Mismatched closing delimiter. From where? Ah. There we go. There's our clean looking UI. Okay. Now. Okay, if I wanted to put a little bit of polish in, I should also do potentially mouse hover events. But yeah. I don't know if that amount of polish is needed right at the moment. So what do we need next? We need UI nodes. So I think for now the node graph is going to function. Let's bring out paint. It's not going to be like a regular node graph, at least at first, where you can move nodes around and just like position them anywhere. I would like it to be I want to experiment with auto structuring of nodes, especially since there's going to be a text representation, and I don't know where I would the nodes are going to be serialized to text, and I don't know where in the text I would store, here's the UI position of this node. So auto layout makes sense for that. I think the general strategy I'm going to take is nodes will be aligned to, let's say this is a box where you can place nodes. The nodes will be aligned to the top of the box, and then subnodes that are like aligned with the same set of values will go downwards, and then like the actual like nodes connections themselves will kind of look like this, you know? So now we need to figure out how to actually draw those. And they're also going to be the highest drawn things. Here, 1 second. Okay. So that's kind of what the larger layout of everything is going to look like, but what are these actually going to be inside of? So the actual graph part of the node, of the whole thing, is the, I want to say, not the least important part, but a less important part. These little node graph boxes will be nested inside of other visual elements. So, for example, this could be a function definition. This is a function. And then all of these nodes are inside of this function definition. And then this is like the total node graph area is here. And there's other definitions on top and other definitions on bottom. And this brings up the question of, very obviously, there should be a scroll bar. Like, there should be a scroll bar at the bottom here. So, because these could extend larger than the actual length of the UI, meaning that the graph itself needs to be a completely separate UI layout, that's drawn before the other UI, and then let's say we scroll to the right, we could have a sidebar overlap it as we scroll. So let's create do I have graph in here? We have right sidebar, left sidebar, graph background. Let's call this graph window. That's what it is, graph placeholder. And then we're also going to have graph y scroll. And then we're going to have graph content. Which is going to be the container for all of these different actual definitions, is what I'm calling them for now. What things are defined in this node graph? Which means this graph background needs to be let's call it graph area. And graph placeholder is actually going to be let's see, how do we want our scrolling to work? So we have the total graph area here. And if we have left to right, yeah, we need one scroll bar here, one scroll bar here, and I'll just make the decision since I wrote it out that way. Yeah. I'm gonna say let graph A equal UI element new UI content none. And graph area here needs to actually be all of these needs to have no backgrounds. This graph subsection here is going to be sizing grow with also height sizing grow, but the direction of content on this is going to be layout dir ascending. And then the graph placeholder is also going to be a empty grow element. And this empty grow element is going to represent the rectangle that is visible within our UI. So since that's ascending, we need the graph Y scroll bar to be the first child. And we're gonna have this be window background. The width is going to be grow, but the height is actually going to be fit, which is the default. And then graph. Oh, wait. One last thing. We're going to add uniform padding of, I'm going to say 3 pixels. And then the graph Y scroll bar, we're going to add the actual visual for the scroll bar. For now, out of laziness, it's going to be if you click anywhere in the scroll bar window, you're able to scroll, instead of having to click explicitly on the scroll bar itself. Which I guess I could determine where in the scroll area you are. But yeah. I'm going to actually move the scroll bar around by changing the padding of the parent element. This is going to be a rounded rectangle. It's going to be style of button with a corner radius of 2. Width is going to be row. Height is going to be fixed at, let's call it, do it at 4 pixels. So that will be the visual representation of our actual scroll bar. So now the way that we do the X scroll bar is just by swapping the 2 dimensions. And then we get the exact same result. Wait. I was thinking this is actually the X scroll bar here. I was thinking, I don't know what I was thinking. Anyway, yeah, that's the X scroll bar there. This is the Y scroll bar, and then this. See what we're working with. So we have the entire graph area, and then we have the graph sub area for the X scroll bar. First, And then we want to upgrade, unwrap that. And then we add the graph placeholder into there. And then the actual whatchamacallit, the Y scroll bar gets put into the graph area. Now down here, graph placeholder is just graph placeholder, graph Y scroll bar, graph X scroll bar. And then we need graph content. Graph content is going to be a UI element, raw UI element, because it's a root element. What are we gonna do rounded? And I want do forest green. With a solid radius there. Actually, just do color forest green. And none of the layout stuff that we actually put into there matters at the moment, because we'll just overwrite every frame. So we should have what looks like 2 scroll bars for a black void if we run it right now. We get 1 singular scroll bar for a black void. I'm just realizing it's going to be a little confusing with this sidebar. What's going on there? And let's also do graph area. Optional max size. I need to rework how min sizing works, because everything should have an implicit or explicit minimum value. But let's see, graph area. Graph area is getting added in. So this graph sub area, graph soul bar, graph X, scroll bar, graph placeholder. In here, we need to do graph area, add child, graph sub area build. There we go. We now have sidebar over here. Yeah, these sidebars need to be a different color. Or just like a lot thinner, so they're just like an accent. And the scroll bars probably need to be twice as big. Do 8 pixels, corner radius 4. And then we need to figure out why is that on the top. Graph placeholder should be grow for both of these. This is graph sub. Yeah. Then graph sub. I did do layout dir ascending. And so that means that our visual elements should be going upwards. Like, I'm pretty sure I got that working. Let's see if our placeholder... If I do... color red. Does it actually get drawn anywhere? Like, is it... Okay, it is getting drawn. It isn't getting drawn. That is our problem. There we go. I keep being blind. So we have our graph placeholder equals graph sub add child oh, I did width twice. But it didn't fix it. Oh. So let's see, graph sub. I also... Wait, did I copy that same code for both of them? I might have. Okay, good. So we now have this placeholder area with scroll bars for the content. Yeah. So let's make this a none instead of red. That way we can draw the actual content of the node underneath it. So here's how this is going to work. We're going to compute the layout of the higher UI. Then we're going to go self root compute, or not self root, graph content layout width say graph placeholder borrow gp rect width gp rect height And that straight up copies the screen position of our graph to where the placeholder is. We're going to say self graph content compute layout. And then we're going to manually, well, no. We do need a position set before compute layout. And just enforce compute layout to draw correctly. Then we're going to self graph content so we draw the graph content, and then we draw our other UI layout content on top of that. So now let's just make sure we actually initialize graph content to something interesting, like forest green. Green. Hey, look! It almost looks like it's working. Okay, the last thing I want to do is ensure that this isn't a delusion. Like, that actually is a correctly sized rectangle is my next concern. The other thing is I essentially want most of the graph to work through fit sizing. So if here I do fit, this will fit it, but with this minimum size. So we'll grow if larger, but this is the smallest it can become. So now we need some interesting graph content to make sure that you know, there's something actually there. There you go, graph content. We can do graph content, add child, lootable graph content, add child. UI context. UI content. Let's do rounded Rebecca Purple. Let's do Rebecca Purple. 30 F32, and then leave sizing fixed. Oh wait, that's right. I have a helper for this. I think. Yes. So usually I would hold a supporters meetup around now, but if you, I like sent a message supporter chat that I'm like delaying that meeting till, I don't know, probably next week or something. After I get back from AWE, because I very much want to have this demo, some demo of something working at AWE, because it would be so cool to go like, hey, you want to see my JIT compiled node graph? But I had to have done like, oh, I called it sizing. Are there always more than one person there? I've generally had around 2 people, I want to say. So that'd be 3 people, including myself. So, not too many, but it's always fun. Why complain? There we go. Feel free to. Okay. Nice. So it is working. We can tell because this is in the correct corner. Man, this is actually pretty exciting. Okay. Instead of forest green, let's go back to okay. Now Just make sure that events get propagated in all the correct ways. Then we're going to draw node lines outside of the layout system after layout has been computed and graph content has been actually... Problem we'll run into if we draw lines here is that lines might sometimes be drawn over nodes, and we want lines to be drawn under nodes if they overlap, but we want these lines to be drawn So I don't currently have a solution for that. Unless I make graph nodes themselves be separately rendered things. Or made uniquely renderable things. I don't know. Anyways. Now, we have a framework for our UI. This is what our UI looks like. Now, what do we do with it? Like what do we do? We have this UI, but actually I'm gonna undo that resize so it looks nice. Okay, so we have this UI, and I'm thinking this, I changed the color. This is, I can't draw a straight line with a mouse. This is where our node adding is going to go. Which we'll just have hard-coded, I guess, at first. Hard-coded intrinsic nodes. Oh dang, I actually need a way to run functions. Yeah. I guess this depends on what I put in here. Depends on how, like, much functionality I can actually put into the compiler side of things. But what we probably want to do is have one hard-coded main function. And man, I wish I had the time to implement a string data type so we could have essentially implement Haskell, which is string in, string out. But yeah, for now, to start out with our tests, we'll have a hard-coded main function. No pipelines yet, even though pipelines are the main thing that we're interested in. And somewhere in here, we're going to need to have a run button. Let's do it like here. Then in the result, I want the result value, compilation time, and run time, which the runtime is going to be literal microseconds. Ah. Vim has me hard-coded to press escape whenever I'm done painting or writing something. And the amount of programs I've started discovering that delete all of your written text when you press escape is a fair number. So I guess first step is to get that hard-coded, the hard-coded function in there. And where are we going to store this hard-coded function? Well, now is when we use our actual Brane script code. Because we have this whole system. For defining, I think I already have all the HIR need. So we do need this project context. And let's have project context be passed into new. So, for the moment, as we're only going to have one singular graph, and I want to code this in such a way that we can have multiple, but let's just have one for now. True bound on graph default. I guess I'll implement default. Did I implement new for graph? Oh well. This will work. So now we have a new graph. And this graph is what all of our queries will be done on. This will be a vector of items. And items are what we're going to display in our node graph itself. So yeah, this graph is going to have one singular item, which is function. And I think because of how this works, you don't ever need store this project context. We don't need project context to be mutable. Actually, I should probably double check, because there is a chance that we do need a mutable database, but only for creating inputs. Yeah, to write input fields, we need mutable reference to database. To create the initial input. Okay, yeah, we do need mutable. We do need mutable database. Database must be mut. Okay, I do have public implementations of graph things. Okay, graph. We need to add an item, which is do I need item? to be searchable by my database? Potentially. But for now, I'll just say item function. We'll say main function is equal to and then main function equals HARFN new, and this needs to take in a reference to the project. This needs an item ID. And a block signature. Means the graph itself. The graph itself needs to do stuff. Add function. And then we need a block signature. Blocks part of this. No, because they're not a top level thing. So for reference, block sigs, or blocks, are what contain, these are our node graphs, and anything else is a container for these node graphs. Which just consists of what outputs, and then Yeah, this is very like high level, almost AST-esque things. We're like, what does the abstract syntax of a visual node graph look like? And especially if it's a purely functional system, you actually want to evaluate it backwards. So it's like, if this is the end of your graph, you'd want to go like, what outputs does it want? Okay, which nodes is it getting those outputs from? Which outputs are those getting their outputs from? All the way backwards. And yeah, and this has local values, and inputs would just be also a local value. So if I look at block signature, this gives us inputs, outputs, which these are going to be input types and output types. But where are those local ID or local values being stored? Local values are local only to the block. They can be block inputs or now node outputs. Oh, okay. I don't actually need a register of local values because the local value itself is the recipe for finding a local value. Got it. Thank you, Past Me, for developing such a easy to understand system. I do think it is the correct system, though, even if I'm kind of like, oh, I'm dumb. I can't understand my own system. Am I still to create the perfect system? Yeah. Is the perfect system easy to understand, or is it only about functionality? Okay, when we create a new function, what's required for the perfect? Thoughts on Rust? I really like Rust. It works very similar to how my brain works. I think BrainScript is going to be better, but Rust is pretty close. We have a block sig. Do we want to have an identifier for our function so we can name it? There it is. We want salsa returns ref. Smell the biased? Good. Don't trust people who don't love what they're working on. Okay, so want to push an item function. Sometimes caring too much can be paralyzing, though. Because, like, I effectively didn't get anything done yesterday because I spent so long trying to create that, like, UI binding system that, like, as you can see, I'm doing perfectly fine without. We're flying today. But yeah. Okay, so I do need a reference to the project. This is part of HIR. Okay. I am going to move that over there. We're going to ignore the HIR module for now because I want these to we just need these two talking together very closely. Because our project context here. Wait a second. Before I go that far, there's a potential that I could get this working without an explicit reference to project context. Which is, instead of getting mutable reference to project context, we need a reference to a salsa database. Mutable reference to something that implements salsa database. And then we can do function new and the reason why the initialization on this is so weird is because this structure doesn't actually exist. Like, this structure you see here doesn't actually exist. This macro here is replacing it with just an identifier, like an integer ID. And then all these fields get stored in a queryable database. So when we create it, we need a mutable reference to the database, like so. And then we need to pass in an ID, an identifier, and a signature. Yes? No, it's fine. Alright, back to it. We pass in an item ID, ident, and sig. And then over here, go graph, add item, graph add function, project super slows down when I add in the workspace. I wonder. Need to figure out why my LSP is so slow. Like, it's not that big of a project. This needs there it is. Both an inputs and an outputs vector, which I guess we'll just hard code for now to be one input, one output. Kind of unnecessary. What's that about? No. No. Wait. Oh. Okay. I was worried when I didn't hear a beep, and then I realized I haven't had the battery on the headset this entire time. It has been plugged in and charging, though. That explains why my headset felt so front heavy, though. I can feel the battery lifting it off my face now. A lot more balanced. Trait salsa database is not implemented for moot project context. It is. I know for a fact that Brane C project context does implement database. Project context. Oh, it's refmoot database. But it does say that project context does implement it, so if we forcefully dereference and then reference, Alright, so I need to put that on a shirt. I say it so often. Now, We actually have data about our program, our high-level intermediate representation. Not. It's also. It's also borrowed as immutable. Is this? Wait. Is graph an arc? Can I do that? You know, I was just like thinking to myself. I both like doing essentially VTuber streams like this, but I also like having a face camera. Like I'm not really preferential to one or the other, but what would be really cool is, especially once I get a big screen beyond 2, is what if we set up like a stream toggle to where you can redeem switching the face cam or switching the camera from virtual to real. It like does a cool fade effect from virtual to real and from real to virtual. Yeah, the avatar is just easier because, well, I don't know. I'm mixed on having my face on stream, but covered with a headset. Like, I'd prefer there to be some, I don't know. I'd prefer for it to be more interesting than that. It's like, eyes are important. What was I doing? Right. Now that we have a function defined, You have a function, item ID, block sig. You also need a the actual body of the function. Which I'll have to see if we can get mutable references to properties. Because ideally, we can just edit this live. Like if I go to wherever we do graph, yeah, here we need a new function body. Okay. And later, if we need to edit the body, can we do body outputs Yeah, so we only get references to data. We can't get mutable references to data. I feel like enforcing a lock on the lifetime would work. But I guess not. Like if you had to do a mutable reference to get a mutable reference to this thing. I guess I could circumvent the entire system by throwing both of these into a ref cell or a mutex. Because nodes is potentially going to be a huge amount of data. Now the question is, will this cause errors for block? Like, does read-write lock implement hash? Yeah, so this is what it actually looks like. Derive, copy, clone, partial equal, partial order, ord, and hash. Which means for this node graph to work, oh wait, I have an idea. I have an idea. Do nodes store their own ID? They do. So, this is a query-based architecture, right? So, no. MatPat has theories. Now I just need to do a query. So we're gonna create a salsa tract. Salsa tract node ID map, and this is just going to be a hash map of node ID to node. Or to node indices. Ah, dang. Hash map hash is not satisfied. Dang, this was one pattern that I wanted to use a ton. Of creating like an actual hash of all the different nodes so we could have a tracked node lookup. Hash combine. There we go. I have to say, we need a way to have a hashed hash map so you can quickly determine pub struct hashed map. And then there should be some trait bounds we need to set. Potentially? No? Or equal or partial equal. Well, I need a version block if I want to do it through this system. Or, we're MVPing this. So we just keep this as vectors. And cry ourselves to sleep. I guess it will still be slightly hashed, but it will still be pretty egregious. Okay. What are we doing right now? We are... moving on to displaying the content of the function. So whenever we draw, after we event handle, we want to update the graph content. And one of the things we're going to need to do let's see, we can actually use functions as keys, like the struct function, because it's not actually a function. It's an ID, which means this data for this function, we can associate it with this UI reference. So when we're drawing content, we can do self graph content children. Yes, children. Clear. And clear should retain the actual length of the vector. So it shouldn't be too expensive to do this every frame. And then for let items equal project, self project, let project equal self project borrow self or project or actually yeah, project graph is public. Then I think I had a graph function to iterate. Ah, that's why. We have errors in upstream crates. Project, RefCell project contacts. IRS. $934. Right, whenever I manually start running cargo check, it starts super lagging out my editor. Then again, it was already super lagging out. So I don't know. But hey, it looks like we actually have pipe checking on this now. Or do we? Come on, give me something to work with. Result. Ah. There should be code actions. Give me the thing to fill. Ah. Stuff like this is what's gonna get me to go back to JetBrains, because like, just let me do the thing. Just work, please. I know that's not a true Vim mindset. If it's not working, it's obviously my fault. But when like I have a deadline, I don't want to be held up on the deadline because I can't be bothered to fill out a match state manually. Okay. Fine. We will fill out the match statement manually. There we go. Now, let's... Basically, we need to check if let some UI is equal to self functions, yet the UI for this function, then we want to do self graph content children push UI. So you can kind of see what I'm doing here is I'm pairing the actual UI nodes to the list of UI functions actually in our graph. So the UI is effectively stateless, but with a cache. So in the case that we don't have UI for this function, what we need to do is create the function UI. The FN UI. UI element new. And then do want this to be rounded pretty significantly. And the color is going to be color, or what's frame background? Is that green? It is green. We'll do frame background. Whatever frame background ends up being. The corner radius is going to be F32, and then our we're going to have some uniform padding of, let's call it 30. That should be enough for the corner radius, I guess. And then we're going to add one element to this. Dang, I don't have... Actually, this needs to be a function, right? Huh. Moot Raylib FFI rectangle cannot be shared between threads safely. You saying I need to throw a mutex lock on this? We'll just go for the thread unsafe version then. Dang it. Oh, so it does implement send, it just doesn't implement sync. Let me guess, now it's that RC doesn't implement sync or send. Yeah, reference counted cannot be. Arc, weak font. Okay, now can I just make the static unsafe and be like, hey, stop messing with me? Because this is a read-only value, is it not? Cannot be sent between thread. Oh, cannot be sent between thread. How am I supposed to have my global variable of the font I want to use if I can't make the global variable of the font I want to use? Fine. And I guess an arc doesn't even make sense because we physically can't send it between threads. But nonetheless, let's grab this. Why isn't streamer mode turned on? Discord, you're lacking. I must apologize for the Discord ping. Okay, back to this. Iter font, arc, weak font. We need to pass in what is RL? Raylib handle. Where do I have to pass a thread in? Does Raylib support multi-threading? Yeah. Make weak function call seems so weird because it consumes the font. But weak seems like it's a weak reference. So Okay, and now over here when we need font, you can just do self header font clone. And then we do our text content, I think. Right? Yeah. Text, string. Font size, probably 30. Because it is a title. Let's do... project. Well, what we need to do is function ID signature. What? This needs ident. I guess I hadn't saved that file. Text, font size, wrap false. Then the color in this instance will be I'm going to use red as a stand-in. Connected structure. Oh. Okay. I believe that gives us minimum viable, not even minimum viable, but potentially seeable representation of this function. Okay, so this needs mutable. Mut. We have reached critical mass. Vim is crashing. I wonder if I... Oh! It survived! Okay. Look at that. It looks kind of bad, but it is there. Okay, I want there to be significantly less margin. Sorry, I just zoned out there for a hot minute. Okay. We're gonna have that be white. Corner radius 30 seems good. Uniform padding. We don't need nearly that much. Something like 12 might be better. And then let's add some padding to the actual graph content. So graph content here. Ah, dang, it failed. Sorry, I'm like reading people doing AWE plans. Mismatch types. Oh, right. Dang, it's crashing again. I wonder if there's some process in here that I can nuke. Wonder why everything's doubled up? There should only be one. If I nuke this executable right here. Also, why is the Microsoft Visual Code Compiler? Improvement data uploader. What? Get out of here. So it says it finished. There we go. Okay. I'm just thinking about what visual language do I want this to have? Which means I need to decide on a color palette of some sort. Something like a vaporwave. Metaverse. Metaverse color palette. They clocked me. What? $3? Bro, let me show you something. $3 for your colors? Okay. Oh. Oh. Here, let me. Whoop. Whoop. Oh. Now I know. Designing is a real job, but yeah. Okay, but more seriously, what color do we want? Because I do want like a strong solid color for functions. Maybe reminiscent of Flash, not Flash, Scratch. Because I am kind of imagining scoped blocks. Do they have... but it's not really that visually appealing. Like, it's fun, but it's not really visually appealing. Guess the question, what will pipelines be? What's the design language? Because I want there to be a different color for each one of, it's not gonna let me drag. You have to click. Ugh. Okay, I like... This will be our solid function color theme. Here, and I'm gonna just completely wipe NVim. And we're not going to restore session. Instead, we're just going to open. just nuke all of that because we're not actually using it. What? Why is it doing that little hop animation? I know that's... I know some intern probably did have fun making that, but I'm not a fan. It either needs a fair bit amount more effort put into that, or like... Because like it just looks glitchy. Okay. Back to this. I think that's a nice cyan color. And let's create a new constant. Okay, and we have our function here, and the text color is going to be white. The background is going to be function background, and then we're going to make layout direction descending. And after we add that, we're going to add a single separator. Actually, no. Then in here we need an actual node graph. Man, I have to create an entire node layout. We must create a node. layout. Whatchamacallit. Brane is completely fried. Node layout algorithm to lay out all of our nodes in our node graph according to their connections, and then also allow us to change those connections. And yeah. Basically, I need to create another caching system, a way to actually draw these. To actually draw blocks, because that's what it is. Let block equal and this doesn't even get the actual variable. It gets another thing. Where you can get nodes, get outputs, set nodes, set outputs. Yeah. So I essentially have to create renderers for each one of these things. Okay. We're at the 5-hour mark, so I'm gonna take a break. I might even start streaming again, because we really do need to get this done. Like, I want to have a fully functioning node system by the end of the day. So that's what we're going to do. Alright, I'm gonna go take that break. Refresh Brane. And then begin once more. To those of you who stuck around, thank you, and I will see you next time.